to the live stream. We're here at the Nauti Water Racing Jet Tribe Series of Champions, sponsored by Jet Tribe, Lukamali Jet Trim, Fast Power Sports, Works Racing, Commander Industries, and Go League Havasu. We got Moto 1 women's ski lights coming here very shortly, so we'll be back. Just getting everything sorted out here in the live. got some flat water early morning here. Let's see how things turn out. Britton Reinhardt out front early. Once again. That blue split. Got the drive down the front straight, gets the whole shot. Looking back, looking at that gap. Emmy Garcia in second, Ashlyn King in third. There's Emmy Garcia on your screen, sponsored by Unlimited, Lukamali, Jet Trim, Comedic, A-Team, and Works H2O Designs. Trying to catch the 851. There's third place on your screen. 409 of Ashlyn King out of Lake Havasu. Sponsored by Above and Beyond Pool Care, Works on Jet Trim. It's already starting to get choppy out there. There's 10 skis out there. Britton's gap is starting to open up just a little bit. Emmy's got to push in a little more. That right side of the track is getting pretty choppy already, I can tell you that. There's Britton working that blue split. Looks like we're still taking that on a new day of racing. And that gap has opened up a lot more within the span of one lap. That is insane. But Ashlyn King is still very close to Emmy Garcia. Emmy makes a mistake, she will get past. There's Ashlyn on your screen going to a different split, trying to make a pass happen. But the top three is starting to spread out just a tad. Sophie Benson in fourth place. Sponsored by High Speed Industries, Comedic Gasket, Redline Oils, Jet Trim, 4x4 Performance, Lemon Racing, Chasmataz Fly Racing, Monster Watercraft, Works Racing, and Flow Vision Goggles. On the 124. They're on your screen. Getting off the back of the ski, trying to get that nose up, getting as much drive as she can on that front straight. And right behind her is Zoe Chambers on the 424 out of Lake Havasu City. Sponsored by Monster Watercraft, Comedic Gaskets, and Buddy Wellness, Lukamali, and Works Racing. She did finish second place, I believe, yesterday in the first moto of round 5. Currently running 5th. As she gets some air. There you can see Ashlyn King on your screen working that inside split. Looks like still in third place. Emmy Garcia on your screen there. Benson is trying to catch Ashlyn King right in front of her. Try to get something going there for third place. There's Bryn Reinhardt going down the front straight. The white flag is out, so she does have one more lap. Emmy Garcia still in that second position. And Ashlyn King holding on to that third position. Sophie Benson a little behind, but trying to make something happen. But Britain is on it, I can tell you that. Almost every moto I've seen her line up, and she's always taking that first spot. So it tells you something that she's definitely a level above all of these other girls, and shows you that she's been putting in that work. Going around that last turn in the blue split. Checkered flag is waving, and yet again, Britton Reinhardt is your winner. There's Emmy Garcia on your screen after finishing second in that moto. And I believe Ashlyn King did get the third position, and Sophie was charging right behind her. Zoe Chambers ends up in fifth. That was your women's ski lights class. Next up on the line right now, we have Sports Spec, and we have a couple more racers than we had yesterday. All right. We've got a couple more racers today in Sports Spec. I'm going to read the list out here. On the number 21, we have Ronnie Parker. On the number 23, we have Tony Parker. On the number 111, we have Renee Hill. On the number 177, we have Landon Ayers. On the number 223, we have Jake Vendito. And on the 818, Jet Wildeboer, yesterday's overall winner. Let's see if he can make it happen again today with a little bit of extra competitors on the line with him. Gonna get these engines fired up shortly here. Let's see who can get that whole shot. On your screen right there, you have the number 21 of Ronnie Parker out of Reno, Nevada, sponsored by Mark Landis Racing and Boost Creative Services. Let's see if you can pull the whole shot of this whole race. Looks like we got Jet Wildebar on the inside. But man, not even close. Ronnie Parker is gone out there, and there's a drag race on the front straight. Renee Hill and Jet Wildebar. Renee Hill gets it. Jet Wildebar is going to have to work his way up to first. The gap between first, second, and third is opening already this early on in the race. There's Renee Hill on your screen deciding to follow in the split, and Jet Wildebar will go to the other split. You can see Jet Wildebar working that green split. He's trying to make a pass as soon as he can so he can catch up to Ronnie Parker. He cannot lose any more time. As you can see, not able to make that pass quite yet. But he is close. He's definitely pushing and trying to make this pass right now. Not even going to try and wait till the split. Jet Wildebar, yesterday's overall winner, sponsored by Jet Tribe, Jet Trim, and Comedic, currently in third today. Renee Hill going in that blue split, and Jet Wildebar is going to follow. So you have the top three right now in the same split section. Fourth place, Tony Parker, just a little bit behind them. Tony Parker out of San Diego, California, sponsored by Jet Pilot, Jeff Hill Racing, Naughty Shine, Maxima Oils, Fly Racing, and Impros. Great guy. But we still have a pretty close top three, actually, as they're checked out from fourth. They are getting a little more bunched up later in this race. Jet is going left and right, different splits. He's trying everything right now to get up to second to start chasing Ronnie Parker for that first spot and try to get 2 overalls in this weekend. He's going to go once again to the other split, trying to make something happen. He's still very close behind her, but he just can't quite find that extra speed to get close enough to make an aggressive move on Renee Hill. But they are still within a buoy of Ronnie Parker, so anything could happen. Positions can change very easily in these circumstances. But Ronnie Parker keeping his cool out front, not making any mistakes, and not making sure that gap gets any tighter than it already is getting. The battle for second still continues. It must be a little bit frustrating for Jet Wildeberg because he knows he has the speed. He just can't seem to find that drive on that last turn to get up to speed in time to make a pass on Renee Hill for second. And he's gonna have to deal with that whitewash all race. There's Jet Wildebar once again going in the green split. And he is pushing very hard right now, trying to keep that HX hooked up. As the white flag waves, he's got one more try at this. Let's see if he can make it happen on the last lap. He's going to go in the opposite split on the right side of the track. Doesn't make it happen once again. So he's got one last try in the colored splits to make a move. Yellow flag in the split. Will that affect Jet Wildebar going into... Oh no, so Renee Hill takes the green and Wildebar takes the blue. So they're switching here. We're going to see if Wildebar can get the drive out. But there is your race winner, Ronnie Parker. And let's see if Joe Wildebar can get Renee Hill, and he doesn't, but he was very close. And he charged all race to get that. Hopefully he can get a better start in that second moto and get a win. But that's it for Sports Spec for now. Our next race, race number 3, is Junior Ski 13 and 15 lights. Also another very class. We have a lot of fast racers in here. Saw battles yesterday between Jason and Cash Crawford. Let's see if Jaden can get an overall today as he's standing in the water as the ski is coming in right now. There's the race director. Give them that signal, start their engines and blow out their skis. Race is going to start very shortly here. And the start has been held up. We'll see why in a second. There's your tower. There's the number 41 on your screen. Seem to have some issues. Finally got it started. That was Ty Smith, actually. I did not see that. Finally got started. Good for him, though. All right. Let's see if we're good to go this time. And they're off. Cash Crawford with a great start on the inside split. Jaden Rios with a great start on the outside. Let's see if those two will come around as your first two racers. And that is the number 3 of Jack Cobb on your inside on the screen right there. And there's Crawford taking the whole shot once again. Number 3 on your screen right there. Running in second place. And Jaden Rios on the 217 in third. Tanner Hegg in fourth. Axel Jarkaz in fifth. Ty Smith just passing in sixth place right there. Let's see if Jack Cobb can hang on to Cash Crawford this whole race. Cobb on the number 3 Superjet out of Lake Havasu. Sponsored by Ultimate Watercraft Performance, Adrenaline Trailers, Jet Trim, VSS Racing, and Bove's Pasta Sauce. Racing for Team Gocher. There's Jaden Rios working that green split on your screen. He's going to try to make a pass on Jack Cobb for a second and chase his rival, Cash Crawford, just like he did yesterday. And it's going to be a drag race, and Rios does get Cobb. Is Cobb going to bounce back in the next split section, or is he going to let Rios have it? Takes a look back. Knows he secured that pass. Now it's on to first place. Cash Crawford. He's going to see if he can catch him, because he is just, I'd say, about a buoy behind. Maybe a little bit closer than that now. But it looks like the top 3 is going to go into the same split. Top 4, actually. So looks like they're all following each other. Cash winning both motos yesterday in this class. Gonna see if he can do it again today. Cash Crawford on the 928 Superjet out of Lake Havasu. Sponsored by Blosian Works Racing and Jet Trim. Looks like he's in shorts right now. Jaden Rios right behind him, leaning off the back of the ski in that front straight. Oh, and he subs a little bit right there. Almost makes him go over the other side. He was able to save it. Almost does the same thing in that turn. He's pushing really hard right now. Hopefully that doesn't lead to a crash. He needs to stay up and ride a little more consistent if he wants to pass Cash Crawford for the lead. First and second are starting to check out on third. Who's the number 3 of Jack Cobb. Right there on your screen. Hitting that back straightaway. With his handle pull all the way down. There's Jaden Rios working that green split. Let's see if he can get closer to Cash Crawford, as he is now very close. Trying to get all the speed he can in that front straight. Tanner Hegg still holding on to that 4th spot. But right now the main focus is this battle for first, as we've seen many times so far this weekend. The same 2 riders, Cash Crawford and Jaden Rios. Rios is getting closer though to Crawford. Let's see if he's going to choose the green split again. He does. Let's see if Cash Crawford can stay perfect in that blue split though, as Jaden is charging in that green one. Will Jaden have the drive? Not as close this time around, but he is going to keep charging another lap. Cobb starting to slightly catch these guys as they might be slowing each other down, battling. Following each other through that split. Rios going a little wide right there. And he goes under. Gives Cash Crawford a little more breathing room, as he has opened a gap on Rios. White flag is out for Cash Crawford. One more lap around this course and the win will be his. Rios still in second place, charging like crazy. Jack Cobb in third, still lurking. Cobb getting into some lap traffic here in some of the tighter sections of this track. Lapper gets out of the way. Allows Jack Cobb to keep going on his own race pace, not having to slow down. But looks like Rios has caught up to Crawford already. Is he going to be able to make a last-minute pass on Cash? Crawford going into the blue, but Rios going into the green. This is going to be a close one by the looks of it. Will Cash Crawford pull this one off? Rios comes out of the inside, doesn't quite make it happen, but very close and almost a crazy comeback out of the 217. This second moto is going to be very interesting because they have a 1-2, so whoever wins the second moto will take the overall. There's your number 3. Third place, Jack Cobb. Next up, we have the same category but different age group, junior ski 10 to 12 lights. A little bit less racers on the line, but still could be some good racing. Yesterday's overall winner, Cash McClure. Getting ready to go. They're all racked up on that left side of the grid. There's your tower. Giving signals. And they're off. Mark Queen got an insane start on the 8:17. Peyton Benson on the inside split. And Cash Mickler on the outside getting the whole shot. Peyton Benson out in second. Mark Queen in third. Let's see if Cash Mickler can win all 4 motos this whole weekend. And let's see if Mark Queen can get around Peyton Benson. After this race, we have the big class, the Pro Ski and Expert Ski division, so don't go too far. As you see, Cash Mickler right there on the outside split, opening up a gap already. Mark Queen diving in the blue as well as Peyton Benson goes to the green. Will there be a pass for second? It's going to be a close one. Queen on the outside trying to find that drive. Almost gets it. He's going to go on the outside. Goes a little too far. He went off screen. I don't know where he went, but he's back. Let's see if he can make something happen this lap, as he can't let his main competitor, Cash Mickler, get too far from him. There's Cash Mickler, and you're back straight right now, heading into the split section. Once again, taking the blue split. The lake conditions are much calmer today, usually calmer on Sundays. Mark Queen still not able to get around the 1-2-4 of Peyton Benson. Peyton Benson running in second, sponsored by High Speed Industries, Cometic Redline Oils, Jet Trim, 4x4 Performance, Lemon Racing, Jazzmatazz, Fly Racing, Monster Watercraft, Works Racing, and Flow Vision Goggles. Turns a little flat right there. Might have lost a little bit of drive, but not too much. Cash Mickler has opened a huge gap as he's now exiting the blue split. But right now on your screen is the 1-2-4 working the inside split, as Mark Queen is going to follow. So it seems like we have the whole top 3 on the right side of the track right now. Queen still not able to close the gap on Benson, which might cost him a little bit if he wants to win this overall. But he's still trying. Benson making a small mistake right there in the green. As the white flag waves, will Mark Queen pass her in time? And it's a drag race down the front straight. Let's see if he goes a little bit tighter than he did a couple laps before, and he does, so he doesn't lose that much time. He might still be able to make something happen. Mark Queen coming from the off-road scene, sponsored by Queen Racing, Frenchie's Beach Shack, and Rias Racing. Cash McLure, that last buoy of the track, getting the checkered flag as he wins once again. Another fist pump. Three wins, 3 fist bumps. Getting some air. And there's a drag race at the finish, and I really couldn't tell you who got that because that was really close. But if Mark Queen did not get that, he was very, very, very close. So, but good ride out of both of them. And hopefully the second moto gets just as active. But now, on the line, we got arguably everyone's favorite class, the Pro-Am Ski GP. There's a $1,500 payout for this Pro-Am Ski GP class, sponsored by Leisure Pools. Might finally able to get out there. Luke Severa in that pink gear. Trying to be like T. Ward. No, I'm joking. I like that pink-green combo. I'll be able to tell who he is on the water. But we have Ryder Wildebar on the pole, looking for another overall win. Jake Pierce on a different bullet this time. Harley Ritchie and Coy Curtis. Coy Curtis also on a different boat. He is going to run the F-16 as well. Let's see how this turns out. As they leave, looks like Tanner and Luke did bump off the start there. As Luke cuts in, you can see his bright pink gear. Oh, and there's a ski in the water floating with no rider on it. Seems to be yesterday's overall winner, Ryder Wildebar. Will there be a red flag? Or will Ryder have to remount and charge his way up to the front? Back up front to the racing though. Harley Ritchie with the Holy as Coy Curtis follows him on the F-16. Looks like Luke Stuvera and Tanner Wright, Jake Pierce, Christopher Landis, and looks like the 888 is still down and seems to be no red flag. There's another ski floating in water on the left side of the track. John Marie Garcia is also down. Yes, red flags are being pulled out right now as Ryder Wildebar just remounts on his commander. Stuff like this does happen in the premier class, I can tell you that. Very fortunate that there was a red flag, because I don't think Ryder Wildeboer would have made that comeback. That he was very, very far behind in that one. And that would also give another chance to some of the riders who didn't get as good of a start as they hoped to. I hope the two riders that were down are okay, as we still have a ski floating in the back. There's Christopher Landis coming back in. As it looks like the 11 of John Marie Garcia is getting towed back in. Wonder what happened out there. It was a different crash than what we saw on the very, very first turn. Wonder what happened. You can see the riders putting their skis back on the stands, getting them out of the water. Very unfortunate to see stuff like this happen in our premier class. I do hear some clapping, so looks like the rider that was involved in that crash, John Marie Garcia, is on the beach now. Right over there on your screen. Water sports can be gnarly, I can tell you that. When you hit the water at these speeds, it can feel like concrete, so you got to give these guys a lot of credit for being out here and doing what they do. Depending on the severity of the injury, we might have a little bit more of a delay than we expected.
Racing or training, I use liquid moly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. water.
We're back here on stream. Looking like we're getting ready to go back out. We had 2 riders go down on that first start. One of them did get brought back in on the backboard. The other one was good enough to ride back. Just a couple minutes here. There's your tower. Race number 5, Pro-Am Ski GP and Expert Ski GP combined. Getting back in the water here. Let's see if Ryder Wildebar can make a comeback after that crash in the first start. Christopher Landis all the way on the outside. All in white. We're getting ready to go here for a second time. There's your pro ski riders on your screen right there. And they're off. Coy Curtis gets a great start again. And the 888 gets squished out. They have to make a right-hand turn to go to the left turn. And there's Harley Ritchie once again out front. Jake Pierce is going to dive into the green split, trying to make something happen. Definitely a better start than what he had that first moto. Coming out of that green split, is he going to hole shot? Harley Ritchie drives by him. Harley Ritchie gets the hole shot 2 times in a row. The water is very flat, so that's going to allow Harley to put some super sprint laps in here early on, as we already have someone attacking for that 3rd position, or 2nd position. Oh, Ryder makes a little bobble right there, so does Luke Vera. I don't see the 155 up there. Must be a little bit behind. He's gonna have to charge his way back up. Harley Ritchie already opening up a gap as Jake Pierce is chasing him down. Following Jake is Ryder Wildebar, and then we have an expert racer, Luke Severa. Coy Curtis makes a pass on Christopher Landis. That will not affect either of them since they're not in the same class. There's Tanner Wright on your screen. Back to the race leaders. Harley Ritchie charging the blue split, as I don't see anyone in that green split at all. So it looks like we're following this early on in the race. Starting to get just a little choppy for these skis here, but these guys definitely do know how to ride any condition. Ryder Wildeboer, yet his overall winner, just a little bit behind after not a very good first start, but able to make a slight comeback in the second start. But Harley Ritchie is finally starting to get that position he's been wanting. You can see the supporters on the side right there clapping. Jake Pierce still behind him though. So Ryder Wildeboer, that top three. Coy Curtis is starting to march up onto them. They're gonna have to skedaddle if they don't want Coy coming, because he's got an unmatched pace right now. Top three going into that blue split. Let's see if Curtis follows. Yes, he does. Still a pretty even gap between that top four. As we saw yesterday in the second moto, these same four were going at it in a different order. Curtis is catching though. Our first place expert rider, Luke Severa, followed by Christopher Landis and Tanner Wright. Curtis is charging that green split. Trying to make some time up on the Ryder Wildeboer, but this top four is getting closer. Ryder Wildeboer is gaining on Jake Pierce, and Curtis is gaining on Wildeboer. So second, third, and fourth are definitely tightening up, as Harley Ritchie is trying his best to get away from all that. There's Wildeboer on your screen. And the blue split following as he is getting closer each and every lap. Curtis is still working that green, trying to make something happen, but seems as if he lost just a little bit of time that time through. The expert riders are going at it though. Our leader, Luke Severa, and Christopher Landis and Tanner Wright. This top three is very close as well. So we have our pro class up front running really tight, and then we have our expert class, which is also in the same race, running tight as well. On the other side of the track, as Harley Ritchie still leads this race, followed by Jake Pierce, Ryder Wildeboer, and Coy Curtis. They're all about 10 seconds apart from first to fourth. If Harley makes a mistake, he could find himself in fourth right away. There's Landis on your screen. Christopher Landis out of Delray Beach, Florida, sponsored by Mark Landis Racing, Boost Creative, River Racing, Map Tuner, Unlimited, Jet Trim, Fast Power Sports, and Rick Roy Products. And that's Tanner Wright on your screen. There's only a 7-second gap between first and fourth right now. So this group is very, very, very tight. Never seen this before, especially with only 4 being in the class. I've never seen the top 4 be so close. That double red right there is getting pretty tight. These guys are having to do a whole 180 around it. Again, really rough out there. That's why this battle is still really tight. Looking like 2 laps to go. 1:15 of Harley Ritchie of Lake Havasu. Coy Curtis starting to get very close to Ryder Wildebar as he's starting to hit a lot of his whitewash. Coy Curtis fell back just a tad. Is now Ryder Wildebar is starting to hit Jake Pierce's whitewash as he's very, very, very close behind him. Is he going to be able to make something happen on this last lap to get up into that second position on his new Commander Industries boat? Coy Curtis going in that other split just to get some clean water, just for not able to make a lot of time up. But Harley Ritchie, once again, going into that blue split. Jake Pierce is going to follow him right through. As Harley looks to get this win in Moto 1. Congratulations to him. He's stoked. Jake Pierce coming in second, Ryder Wildebar in third, Coy Curtis in fourth. But we still have a battle out there in the expert class. Out in the back, we still have Luke Severa, Christopher Landis, and Tanner Wright in the back straight. This is an expert class. There's Luke Severa hitting the blue split. Christopher Landis is going to follow him right through. And Tanner Wright's going to go into the green split. Luke Severa takes the win in Expert Ski GP. And Landis gets second. Tanner Wright not able to catch them. Gets a third. Now for this next race, race number 6, we have runabout 1100 stock. Yeah, we saw this class yesterday, and Taylor Grenwall got a great start on the first moto and had some issues remembering the track, and then wasn't able to win the second moto. So hopefully today's a new day, and he's all fresh and ready to go. Forgot to turn off the red flag thing on the live stream. Apologize. Looks like we got one extra racer today in this class. They're getting the signal to start their engines right now.
Let him know he's next. You let him know he's next.
As they're off right now.
Oh, come on. You got it. Come on. You got it.
I see a Sea-Doo Spark on the inside split.
You got it. It's an easy one.
But Renee Hill gets the whole shot. Taylor Grenwall back at 4th position, not what he wanted.
It's okay. I'm trying to help you out.
Renee Hill still in the lead. sponsored by Hill Racing, Fly Racing, Comedic Gaskets, Jet Trim, Jet Tribe, Works Racing, Klotz Lubricants, and IPD Graphics. On the line right there, you see Ski Beginner Stock 1500, Expert Vet Ski Stock 1500, and Women's Ski Stock 1500, all in the same race. Grenwall still in that fourth position, not quite getting to where he wants to be at. He's definitely gonna have to push a little bit harder in those splits to make that time up. Renee Hill still leading. She's gonna head to the blue split. Closely being followed by the number 8 of Carmen Rusma, sponsored by BRP Center Estonia. I'm assuming Carmen is from Estonia. There's Carmen, the number 8, going in that green split. Not going to be able to make a pass yet on Renee Hill. Grenwall still not being able to get himself into that third position just yet. Back on the left side of the track. Now blue split. Carmen Rusma, Carmen Rusma. Going in that green split. And we'll see how this one comes out as we get a white flag. On the number 77 in third is Margis Kiskula, also from Estonia, sponsored by BRP Center in Estonia. There's Renee Hill on your screen in the last few turns of this track, looking to take a checkered flag. As Rusma is not able to make the pass for second. And Taylor Grenwall was not able to make the pass for third, as he's going to finish fourth in this first moto of today. Now we have a lot of classes in this one. Yeah, we have ski beginner stock 1500. We have expert vet ski stock 1500 and women's ski stock 1500. Total of 6 racers. Ellen Wiss getting the whole shot. We saw yesterday winning both motos, absolutely checking out. Sadie Muir in second. That is a woman rider. And then another vet rider in third, David Zapirian, followed by Ricky Krieger. We saw those battles yesterday. Sadie Muir on your screen. Sadie Muir out of Lake Havasu, sponsored by Aritos, Fast Power Sports, Freestyle Factory, Ignite Racing Fuel, Locomali Pro Rider Magazine, Rebel Optics, Saints of Speed, Jet Pilot USA, Jet Trip, Bomber Eyewear, Works, Explosion, Lashes Del Sol, Ethica, Naughty Shine, She Rips, and Bromere Poles. Man, she's got a lot of sponsors. There's Alan Wiss. No sponsors listed, out of Lake Havasu. Checking out. on your screen. Sadie Muir leading the women's class. On the 335. In the blue split right now. There's Taylor Smith on your screen right there. Out of Lake Havasu, sponsored by Works Racing, Go Fast Girls Jet Pilot, Jet Trim Blowsion, Flowvision Goggles, Go Fast US, Chuck Speed Shop, and River Blend Coffee Company. But man, Alan Wiss is just checked out right now. His next competitor behind him is David Zeparian on the 508, sponsored by Adams Mechanics, Pro Watercraft, ADA, Flow Vision, John Bradley Customs, Unlimited Wetsuits, and Fast Power Sports. Two-time world champion in vet ski stock, so this is the class he's been world champion in twice. Taking a look back there like you saw something. Hitting that blue split. Alan Wiss saying, staying smooth and consistent out there. Just opening that gap. Moto 1 winner, Alan Wiss, checking the time. Or something, I don't know what it is. Looks like he's taking a nap. On the line right now, we have race number 8, Ski Yamaha 4-stroke lights. We've got 7 racers in this class. yesterday's overall winner, Bryce Chambers, second on the pole on the inside, the 4.24. He's got a red helmet on. And right to the left of him on the pole is Ty Smith, and all the way on the outside, Sophie Benson. Deegan Krieger right next to her as they're off. And let's see if Bryce Chambers can win the overall today once again. Looks like Ty Smith gets on the inside, doesn't quite get it. Bryce Chambers out front right now. Smith is catching up. Smith kind of tucks it in that turn, but he's going to go to the green split as Chambers works the blue split. This could be an opportunity for Smith to get out front. Chambers gets the hole shot, though. Ty Smith coming out in second, and Deegan Krieger in third. Chambers already checking out just a tad. Man, Chambers is gone already. Hitting that green split. Been analyzing these races and seeing that some time has been made up using the split. Deegan Krieger trying to make something happen on Ty Smith. He's just not close enough yet. Sophie Benson stopped on the front straight. Wonder what happened. Looks like the ski's not going to turn on. Oh, and it fires up and she's going again, but lost a lot of time. But man, Chambers is on that left side of the track right now. And he is gone. Deegan Krieger still chasing Ty Smith for that second position. Ty Smith heading into the back straight right now. Ty Smith on the 515 out of Lake Havasu City. Sponsored by Jet Tribe, Lukamali, Works Racing, LS2 Helmets, Explosion, Jet Trim, Smith Racing, Works, H2O Designs, Blur Optics, ODI, OGO, GoPro, Go Fast US, and Chuck Speed Shop. And he's a two-time world champion, and a three-time junior grand national champion, and a six-time junior national champion. So he's not in that second position for nothing. But he's got Deegan Krieger about a buoy behind him, looking to make a pass anytime. Krieger in the 929, sponsored by Lake Life Clothing, Hot Toddy's Coffee, Elite Command 509, and Works Racing in the third spot. Ty Smith working that green split. Krieger is still chasing him. Bryce Chambers getting the white flag. Just one more lap. He's got almost half a track of lead on the rest of this field. Sophie Benson, though, is fighting hard to get the position she lost back. But right now we're focused on the race leader, Bryce Chambers, heading into that green split on the last lap here. And Bryce Chambers is going to take the win here in Moto 1. There's Ty Smith in second. Finishing it off as Deegan Krieger fell back just a little bit. He might have had a bobble off screen. Just cruising his way into the finish line. Here's your third place, Deegan Krieger. And fourth and fifth are coming through right now. It's gonna be a drag race, and Sophie Benson gets it by barely anything. Congratulations to her for making a comeback. Race number 9, Vintage 650, 750, Vintage 550 Open, Vintage X2 650 Limited, and Vintage X2 Open, all in the same race. We got a ton of classes. Louis Vendito on your screen right there on the 223. Looking to get the whole shot by a long shot. Just look at that. Yep. That's the lead already. But there he is, dominating the right side of the course already. He doesn't have his competitors from yesterday, so he's just gonna have to deal with it today. After this race, we have the Pro-Am Ski Stock and Masters Ski Stock 1500. Oh, and Vendito goes down in the front straight. Saw something fly up. Not sure what it was. Probably goggles or something. But it's smart from Louis to go on the other side of the checkered buoy so he's not in the way of the track. Good move by him. I was saying this yesterday, but those X2s are so small. They're so skinny. They're really hard to balance on, especially when you're hitting the start straight like that. You got the waves hitting you from the side. Super easy to tip over and do what Louis just did. And getting back on those things is an unimaginable pain in the butt. As Louis finally gets going, you can see your Pro-Am stock lining up right now. Louis Vendito trying to make a comeback from that crash he had in the front straight about a couple laps ago. Around the outside, makes the move. Trying not to fall off the side of that thing twice. White flag is out. We still got Goose out there in the lead. There's Louis Vendito on your screen, trying to make a comeback after a crash a couple laps ago on the start straight. Costed him the lead. Oh, and Louis goes under. Makes another mistake. Definitely not going to catch the lead now. And Goose is going to bring it home with the dub. And he's got his goggles all the way down. You're watching the Nauti Water Racing Jet Tribe Series of Champions, sponsored by Jet Tribe, Lukamali Jet Trim, Fast Power Sports, Works Racing, Commander Industries, and Go Lake Havasu. We're at Windsor right now, Lake Havasu State Park, round 6. Getting ready to go for the Pro-Am Ski Stock 1500 class, race 10. Engines are on. Josh Simon slightly anticipating that start. And they're off. Simon gets a great start off the left side of that gate. And he does get out front early on. This is exactly what he needed. Into the blue split he goes. Oh, turns a little too sharp there. And there's a red flag right now. Wonder what happened. Looks like Simon's gonna have to make a comeback. Crew's not agreeing with it, but we'll see what he's capable of doing. He gets off really quick. Not that far behind. He still might be able to cut in and make a couple passes. Be Mike Klippenstein out front, heading to the blue split. Colin Kaplan going to the green. Green start this time. Klippenstein's gonna hole shot. Colin Kaplan coming out in second. Alan West third. David Zapier in fourth, and Josh Simon in fifth. Klippenstein trying to get away as fast as he can here. A little wide there. I think he messed up on the course. And Kaplan cuts deep. Looks like they're going to go too deep into that green split. Alan Wiss and Colin Kaplan after Klippenstein almost fooled the two of them. Colin Kaplan tips over. Is Alan Wiss going to get past him? Because he's going to cut in right here. Doesn't quite make the pass, but he still stays in third, really close behind. Josh Simon already up to fourth. And Allen cuts back in, makes the pass on Kaplan. Is Kaplan going to retaliate? No. He's going to tip over. Let's see if Wiss can catch up to Klippenstein and make a pass for first. As Simon's already looking to make his way up in a third after a dead engine start. Oh, and you see a slide out right there from Wiss. Is he going to get past? Josh Simon does get much closer. And that's going to allow for Colin Kaplan to make the pass back in a second place as Simon stays back and forth. Will Kaplan stay in that second spot, or will he drop back down? Because Wiss and Simon are looking strong behind him. Oh, and Kaplan almost subs right there. Is that going to allow Alan Wiss to pass him back? And Josh Simon slides out in the first buoy of the splits over there, as Wiss does not get around Kaplan this time. Josh Simon falling a little bit behind. Wiss getting caught in the wake right there. And there's a slide out right there from Kaplan. Wiss is going to go in the same split. They almost made contact. Oh, Kaplan's going to go up his inside. Almost hits him. Cuts deep, though, as Simon gets close, looking to pass Kaplan. Will Josh Simon cut in right here? Yes, he does, and it's going to be a drag race down this front straight. This is for the third position, and Josh Simon almost blows by him, but Kaplan gets the drive back. Simon checks up as he cuts in and he subs. At least he doesn't miss that buoy, so he's going to stay in that fourth position. Alan Wiss back up in a second. Klippenstein, meanwhile, is checking out in first. Mike Klippenstein. Sponsored by Action Kawasaki / Yamaha Jet Trim, Workstage Show Designs, Quake Sense, Maxima, and Riva Racing. Just walking the field so far. Our second and fourth battle has spread out massively. There's Colin Kaplan. There's red, white, and blue kit. Kaplan out of Scottsdale, Arizona, sponsored by Commander Industries, Troy Lee Designs, Rebel Optics, K Racing, and Moto City Power Sports on the 706. His brother's racing the next one. Novice Ski Lights. Got the number 3 pulling in. Looks like he's going to abandon this race. But the 212 completes one more lap in that first position. Alan Wiss in second. Is he going to be able to make up that much time before the race ends? Kaplan still running a solid third as Josh Simon in that fourth position, still chasing. David's appearance still kind of in the mix. He can maybe make a pass on Simon, as Simon looks like he's starting to fade just a tad bit. Having to make all that comeback from the get-go, starting dead last. There's the white flag for Mike Lippitzine on the 212. Alan Wisk closing that gap down by only a second or two. Not going to be enough to be close to first. Owen Simon ran a buoy over right behind Kaplan after the start straight. He's going to have to make that up. Simon looks very tired right now. He's going to have to keep it up. And he's going to have to speed up if he doesn't want to get past, because he will be taking the makeup buoy. Meanwhile, Klippenstein making his last run through the blue split. And he will be taking first place in Moto 1 of Pro-Am Ski Stock. There's Alan Wisk, second place, Pro-Am Ski Stock. And your third place finisher, Colin Kaplan, was able to hold on to it after a back and forth battle the whole time between second, third, and fourth. And is Josh Simon gonna get passed by David Zapiri? No, he didn't. Good ride for all those boys. Got novice ski lights on the line. Ski Lights. The number 8 of McKeith, Madness Ash, out front. Followed by the number 3 of Jack Cobb. This novice class is stepping up for sure. We got our women's ski mod and our vet ski GP right after this. If you can hear the GPs in the back, that's why. The number 3 is charging hard right now. It's been these two all weekend so far. That's the 130. Kyle Baker out of Cave Creek, Arizona, sponsored by Boeing. Number 3 did get around. The number 8, and Kyle Baker is in 3rd position right now, behind McKeith and Jack. The number 8's been riding really solid ever since I've seen him out here. Pretty impressed. There's the 31 on your screen. Kaylee Kennedy, sponsored by Works Racing, DASA Watercraft Hot Products, Jet Trim, TC Freeride, Lake Life, Wild Coffee, Garrity Landscape, Naughty Shine, and Stubby's Barbecue. Getting a little bit of air in that turn. Lays it over, gets passed by Axel Jerez. Right there on the 3-2-2. Axel Jerez out of Lake Havasu, sponsored by Cameltone, High Speed Industries, Works Racing, Tomsky, Pro Watercrafts, and Jet Trim. He's got the Arizona kit. Oh, and you see someone go down right there. I think that was Justin Kaplan. But you still have the number 3 of Jack Cobb up front right now.
Hey, Sam, put those bottles down. Put those bottles down. Beautiful, thanks, bud.
There's your leader on screen right there, number 3. Closely followed by the number 8 of McKeith, Madness Ash. They hit around that double red after the start straight. Kyle Baker in 3rd, not too far back. Cobb does go underneath just a little bit, if you saw that in the back. There's number 3, followed by the number 8, McKeith Mattis Ash. We're getting late into this race, and these two are still going at it. If Cobb makes a mistake, he will get past, that's for sure. Our third place rider, Kyle Baker, kind of in his own world right now. He's a little too far behind second, but then he's quite far ahead of fourth, so he's got some breathing room for sure. Axel Jarrett's in the 4th position now, number 322. And he's followed by Devin Matias, who was leading the second moto yesterday until he had a bobble and fell back a couple positions. Almost had a crash in the front straight right there. That was the 117 of King Smith, for sure. But there is your race winner, Jack Cobb, the number 3, followed by McKeith Madness Ash in the 2nd spot. And they were checked out, I can tell you that. And Kyle Baker in that 3rd position. Next up, we got race number 12, which is Women's Ski Mod and Vet Ski GP. Still took off. Will Bryn Reinhardt go 1-1 today? That looks like the 23 of River Varner again, the whole shot, but there's a red flag. That is very unfortunate for Varner as she gets a really good start. Getting ready to go once again. Not too sure why we had a red flag. As we're getting ready to get in. Will River Varner get the same start she did? Off again. And it's Varner out front. No, it's not. It's Bryn Reinhardt this time. She's gonna hit the blue split. And will she check out? Already got a huge lead, and it hasn't even been half a lap. Varner following, Sadie Muir in third, and Emmy Garcia in fourth. And here comes the vet class. Britton Reinhardt on that Fast Power Sports F16, brand new haul from Fast Sports. Britton Reinhardt by TC Freeride, Anderson Power Jet Trim. Works Racing, our opponents, FL Visual, Charge Up Nutrition, 60 Health Unlimited. BC Goggles, Tasco Gloves, Garrity Landscapes, She Rips, Go Fat Girls, and Naughty Shine. And I know she's got a few titles to her name. Sadie Muir making a charge in that green split. Will she make something happen? River Varner. Not quite, but she is very close. River Varner in second place from the 951. Sponsored by Marine One, Ethica, 100% Goggles, Bell Helmets, Jet Pilot USA, ODI, Lukamali, OGO Power Sports, Works H2O, Liquid IV, Fast Power Sports, Jet Trim. It's getting rough out there for these ladies, but they're holding on. Britton Reinhardt starting to open up an even larger gap. It's almost like every time she goes out there, she makes bigger and bigger gaps. And it's getting really rough on the straightaway, especially with that Pro-Am Ski Lights class warming up. Sadie Muir still following River Varner close behind, trying to do everything she can to make a pass. Sadie Muir on her Fast Power Sports GP1R. Britton Reinhardt testing out that green split. And that's Emmy Garcia right there. I don't know. She might have gone down because I don't remember seeing her that close a lot before. Unless. I could be wrong. I don't see everything on screen, so. Brent Reinhardt getting around some vet riders who are trying to battle. Going a little wide right there. Is that going to cost her time? You see the 62 Tanner Wright just crossing your screen right there? There's Sadie Meir. We just saw her a couple races ago in the women's ski stock, and someone was flipped over right there at the exit of that split section. Those skis will sink fast, so you need to get them flipped back. White flag is out for Britton Reinhardt on the 851. There's River Varner on your screen, going down the front stretch. Sadie Meir really close behind. Will this lap traffic come into play? One last charge out of Brent Reinhardt in that blue split before she takes another win here this weekend. Moto 1 winner in women's ski mod, Britton Reinhardt, the Fast Power Sports F16. And there's the rest of the field. There's River Varner on your screen. We got race number 13, Pro-Am Ski Lights. This should be a good race as we've got an extra competitor on the line, Bryce Chambers. I can see Bryce right now. In between Luke Severa and Tanner Wright. And here we go. And they're off. Is River Crawford gonna defend that P1 he got yesterday in the first moto? We've got, oh man, and we got a rider down. little bit of contact right there with Crawford and Benson. You can see Crawford cutting up in that green. Will he hole shot? Looks like we got Sophie Benson on the outside split. And Crawford does hole shot with Sophie Benson up in second. Bryce Chambers and Luke Severa drag racing. But Chambers gets it. Very last minute decision for him, and he's out already up in front. And I know for a fact he does not ride that ski a lot. Whoops. Will he make a pass for second though, as he's gonna dart to that left side split, the one Crawford took. Will Severa get around him? He's got more speed. Down the back straight. Might be a little bit of a speed difference between those two skis, but seem pretty similar. Bryce Chambers is gonna dart to that green split, and he goes under just a little bit, causing him to nose wheelie out. But there's Crawford, still leading this race. Chambers is trying to make a pass on Sophie Benson for second place, but she's not letting it go. Followed by Luke Severa, you have the number 622 of Tanner Wright. He's catching. He was in the mix yesterday too in the first moto and second moto. Don't know what happened. He was kind of far back, but he made a comeback in the last laps. But here he is early on, already attacking for that fourth spot. Bryce Chambers really getting off the back of that. And that's straight over there. But now he's in the green split. Crawford still leading. And we've got C. Benson in second, being chased by Bryce Chambers. Bryce Chambers off the back of that ski, and Severus is still catching him. We got just behind them, followed by Brody King. This is a close, like, top six we have. Brody King, the 411, making a bobble right there. Brody King sponsored by Above and Beyond Pool Care, works in jet trim. Crawford is starting to check out though. Sophie Benson still holding on to that second spot. Chambers once again going to go to that green split. He cannot make any mistakes because Severa is right behind him. This is going to be a close one. Chambers is doing everything he can. Slightly opening a little gap on Severa compared to what he had last lap, and Wright is still behind them, trying to figure out a way to get out of all this whitewash. So we have a battle here for second, third, and fourth, and possibly fifth if Brody King can catch up. Severa's catching up on Chambers, but right now River Crawford has absolutely checked out a whole back straight as he's once again going to take the green split. Seems like he's been favoring that one a little more this race. Yesterday in his first moto he was leading, and His foot came out of the tray in the back straight, and we almost thought it was wraps for him, but he was able to save it. Looking like he's not going to make that mistake this race. Chambers and Severa still going at it there for the third spot, as Luke tries to dive in the inside of him. He's got to try and do that without subbing. That's very hard on these skis as they have a lot of nose pressure. Oh, it's going to be a close one. Luke Severa coming on Bryce Chambers. Over him right now. That back straight. Oh, Bryce gets a little bit of a nose dip right there. That could have been tragic, but Severa up his insides. Is Chambers going to retaliate as he takes the blue split? Severa takes the green split. Crawford still in the lead, checked out. Severa out of the inside. It's the white flag. Sophie Benson's holding on to that second spot. Chambers did fall back a little bit in that fourth spot, but anything happened. He's got Tanner and Brody King close behind him, so he cannot make a mistake. And Severa goes under just a little bit. Chambers is going to go around his outside. He's going to cut back in over here. He's going to sweep his outside, try and get some extra speed going for this next turn. Not going to be enough. He's going to try and get him in this split as well. Still not going to happen. He's got right charging. As River Crawford enters a split one last time, taking the green course. Oh, and he tips over, almost loses the ski. All these last minute mistakes, but doesn't matter, he was checked out enough. Gets that first place in the first moto. Let's see if he can go 1-1 later this afternoon. Sophie Benson takes the second spot. Luke Severa barely misses out on that, taking third. And Tanner Wright ends up taking fourth from Bryce Chambers. That's very unfortunate for Bryce Chambers, losing 2 positions in 2 laps, but you got to remember, Bryce doesn't really ride this 2-stroke as much, so for him to be out front, pretty impressive. That was by far the most interesting race I've ever watched this weekend. Novice Ski Stock 1500 on the line right now. getting ready to go here. And they're off. He's going to get that whole shot. It's Chris Lanahan out front. And oh my God, Preston Lewis in second place. I think he tipped over. Oh no, he went to the blue split. I didn't see it. Man, just look how good he's riding. Like, look at that attack position. Look at him fighting for the lead. But he's not quite gonna get it, but Chris Lanahan gonna get that whole shot. And Preston Lewis, just the way he leans off of that ski in these turns is just impressive. That's Heber Blackmore. Look at the 159 charts that blue split, carving those corners. Not quite close enough to Lanahan to make a move. Next up, we got Ski Modified 1100 after this Novice Ski Stock 1500 race. But Lanahan does win the overall yesterday and looking like he might do the same thing today. On a 714. Taking the green split. Lewis going to go into the blue split. Not following quite yet. Lanahan opening up a gap. I think it's time for Lewis to start taking that green split with Lanahan. And after this next moto, after Novice Ski Stock, after Ski Modified 1100, we'll have a 30-minute lunch break and then go straight into Moto 2 after that. Back to the racing, we got Chris Lanahan leading by a couple seconds, and you've got Preston Lewis in second place, who is absolutely checked out on third place right now. Just gonna have to wait for someone to make a mistake, and Lewis kind of digs the front end right there. But he's gonna have to lock in if he wants to catch up to Lanahan or not get past. That's the number 18 on your screen, Nguyen Tan Tuan, out of Vietnam. No sponsors listed. Being followed by Casey Stone. This is a battle for fourth. Lanahan kind of tips over right there. It's going to allow Preston Lewis in the outside split to make up just a little bit of time. 2 more laps to go in this rough track. These novice riders are going to have to stay as focused as they can to not make mistakes, because Lanahan is being attacked by Lewis right now as he's caught up immensely. Lewis taking every clean line he can right now. He's gonna have another 2 shots at this. We got 1.5 laps remaining. White flag is out. Preston Lewis losing quite a bit of time on Lanahan compared to the lap before. Will Lanahan bring it home? And there's Chris Lanahan on your screen right there. Last turn. And he will take the win in Moto 1. Novice Ski Stock 1500. And Preston Lewis in 2nd place. Apologize for the stream, title didn't change. Now we got Ski Modified 1100 on the line right now. Got Cash Crawford on the outside on his black Bullet, and to the left of him, Ruger Castro on his bright orange Fast Power Sports F16. As they're getting ready to go here. Last Moto 1 here before lunch break. And they're off. Crawford with a great start. Castro a little bit late off the line. Gonna see what he can do. And I see a rider go down. But that will not affect Cash Crawford from getting the whole shot. And he's got about massive gap already. We're gonna see how far he can check out, because yesterday he almost lapped up to like third or something. Castro still in third, not able to catch up to second place as Cash Crawford's opening up a gap. In that green split, taking the same lines as his older brother, River. In second place, the number 27 of Trent Cornett. No sponsors listed. There's Castro on your screen right there in the back straight. Heading into the splits. Gonna take them. white flag is out for Cash Crawford on the 928 there. Crawford heading into the back straight one last time. Kind of lost the rear a little bit, saved it though. We're gonna head into a 30-minute lunch break right after this moto and then get back to racing.
You should too. I'll see you on the water. Racing or training, I use liquid moly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. see you on the water. Racing or training, I use Lukumali. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Racing or training, I use Lukumali. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Molly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Racing or training, I use Luku Molly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Racing or training, I use Luku Molly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Racing or training, I use Luku Molly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. racing or training, I use Lukumali. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Whether it comes to racing or training, I use Lukumali. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Whether it comes to racing or training, I use Lukumali. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Whether it comes to racing or training, I use Lukumali. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Ty Smith here. Whether it comes to racing or training, I use liquid moly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Racing or training, I use liquid moly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Racing or training, I use liquid moly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. Racing or training, I use liquid moly. You should too. I'll see you on the water. guacamole. You should too. I'll see you on the water.
And we're back. Moto number 2, race number 1, women's ski lights. All right, Moto 2, race number 1, ski lights. And let's see who's gonna get the whole shot. And who would have guessed it? Britton Reinhardt on the blue split and Emmy Garcia in the green split. Let's see who's going to come out first. Reinhardt's got the drive down the front straight, and she secures yet another hole shot with Emmy Garcia in second and Zoe Chambers in third. And there's a drag race for fourth, Ashlyn King and Sophie Benson. Sophie Benson in the third spot now, or fourth spot, or third. Yes, fourth spot. There's Britton on your screen in the blue split, and looks like second place is going to follow in, but Zoe Chambers goes to the green split. It is very choppy. And she's still going to hold on to third as Sophie Benson is in fourth, charging for that position. You can see those swells right there that Emmy Garcia just had to deal with as she almost tips over heading into that blue split. Zoe Chambers still holding off Sophie Benson for that third position as Ashlyn King follows. Zoe Chambers on your screen there. Out of Lake Havasu, sponsored by Monster Watercraft, Comedic Gaskets, and Buddy Wellness, Liquid Moly, and Works Racing. Heading into the split sections, and gonna head into the blue split as Sophie Benson in fourth heads into the green split. Not quite able to make the move on Chambers. Meanwhile, out front, already starting to get in some lap traffic. You can see Zoe might have subbed right there or something, as you can see her nose is really high coming out of that turn. Will Benson get Chambers? This is going to be a close one this lap, as the conditions are starting to roughen up here. Chambers is still able to hold off Benson once more. And Emmy Garcia is not letting Britton Reinhardt get too far away, as she's staying within at least a buoy or a buoy and a half within her. Will she be able to make up ground, or is she gonna fall back? Chambers able to pull about a buoy gap between Sophie Benson, giving her some breathing room. You can see on the line right there, race number 2, Sports Spec, is on the line. as Britton Reinhardt completes the last turn of the weekend there to get another overall win in the ski lights women division. Congratulations to her for yet another win. And there's her second place finisher, Emmy Garcia. In third place, crossing the line, Zoe Chambers was able to fend off Sophie Benson and Ashlyn King coming through in her top 5 there for ski lights. For race number 2, sports spec, we got the number 21 of Ronnie Parker, the number 23 of Tony Parker, number 111 of Renee Hill, and number 1 of Landon Ayers, number 223 Jake Team Jet Wildebar. Getting ready for his full spec. Will Ronnie Parker win this overall? And that's Ronnie Parker right there, the 21. The Wave Blaster going into that blue split, and Renee Hill on the green split. Let's see how they come out. Ronnie Parker will take the whole shot with Renee Hill in second and Jet Wildebar third. This is the exact same top. This is the same exact order we actually had in Moto 1, so with Tony Parker in fourth, right there on your screen, also known as River Dad. Jet Wildebar had some issues, and that's going to allow Tony Parker to slip into third, but Jet Wildebar is going to sweep the outside and take it back. He's going to have to make some moves because right now he's going to sit third overall, contrary to his first overall yesterday. So there's 21 of Ronnie Parker on screen out of Reno, Nevada, riding for Mark Landis Racing and Boost Creative Services. Renee Hill hopping into that blue split, Jet Wolabar hopping into that green one. We're going to see how they come out. They seem to be pretty even right now. Let's see if Renee can get that drive from the outside. And she blows by Wolabar. Let's see if he can get her back right here around the outside like he did to Tony Parker. Just not quite. This is almost the same as Moto 1. Same leader starting to open a little bit of a gap, and then the second and third place battling it out all race. Let's see if he can make a move here. Is it gonna work? They're side by side. He's starting to check up a little bit. And is Renee gonna close the door on him? She's gonna leave it open. And he finally, this is what he's been needing to do since the first moto. Now let's see if he's able to catch Ronnie Parker, as he seems to already have caught up. Let's see if he can get around him. Ronnie Parker is going to go to the outside, and Wolabar to the inside. See if he can make another pass 2 laps in a row. And it's going to be a close one, but once again, the outside has more drive, so Wolabar's not going to be able to make that pass. But he's cutting in. He's wanting this first place really bad because he needs to win 2 days in a row. Ronnie Parker just losing some grip right there mid-turn. Will that affect how this comes out? Jet has more drive from the outside, but he's gonna have to check up. He's gonna go ahead and hop in that opposite split once more. See if he can make something happen here. Let's see. Not quite. They have checked out on Renee Hill, though, so they really don't have to worry about her sneaking up on them. It seems like Jet Wolabar has the speed to run in the front. He just can't seem to find that drive out of those splits to make the pass. once more through the green. Let's see if Jet can get this done. Next up, race number 3, junior ski 13 to 15 lights. And let's see if Cash Crawford can secure this win to add to his collection of wins that he's already gotten this weekend. There's your lineup. But those two right there on your screen, Cash Crawford and Jaden Rios, those are the two you need to look out for on this track. Rios got a good jump, but he's just looks like he has an issue. That's going to put him far back. But we have Cash Crawford and Jack Cobb, first and second right now. Crawford taking the green and Cobb taking the blue. Let's see how they come out. Cash Crawford pulling another hole shot. Jack Cobb in second with Ty Smith running in third. Tanner Hagen fourth. Jaden Rios is far back, but he's already making moves. As he got around Ruger Castro, as Ruger is now currently swimming. Now Jaden is focusing on passing the few that are in front to get to Cash Crawford, who is already way ahead of Jaden. There's Cobb trying to get Cash Crawford. Ty Smith still hanging in third. There's Jaden Reyes already attacking that fourth position. Tanner Haig in fourth. There's the 515 Ty Smith on your screen. Sponsored by Jet Tribe, Lukamali Works Racing, LS2 Helmets, Explosion, Jet Trim, Smith Racing, Works HO Designs, Blur Optics, ODI, OGO, GoPro, Go Fast US, and Chuck Speed Shop. Taking the green split, following Cash Crawford through that. And there goes Cash down the front straight, followed by Jack Cobb. Is Jaden Reyes going to get by Tanner Egg? And he does. So now he's got his eyes set on Ty Smith for that third position. Catching up to our leaders right now. Jack Cobb is not letting Cash Crawford get away. As Reyes is charging right now on Ty Smith. Ty Smith is just standing up, just straight up. Jaden Reyes will lose time. He keeps staying behind Ty Smith like this. He's got to get around him as soon as he can. Cash Crawford once again taking that green split. Jack Cobb taking that blue split. And then it's going to be the same there. Ty Smith taking the green and Jaden Reyes taking the blue. Jack Cobb loses just a little bit of time in that blue. But let's see if it applies different with Jaden Reyes and Ty Smith. And it's going to be close. And Jaden Reyes just blows by Ty Smith. Ty tries to cut back on the inside and gets crossed up on the wake. Almost fell over. He's going to remount. So now we have Cash Crawford leading this one with Jack Cobb in second and Jaden Reyes in third. Jack Cobb might be losing just a little bit of time that outside, and he's still taking it. Reyes is taking that inside. We'll see how quick he catches up to Cobb. flag is waving. Jack Cobb is now under attack by Jaden Rios, who's made his way all the way back up to third. And Jack Cobb's finally going to go to that green. This is the last lap. He has to stay up if he wants to secure that second place. And there's Cash passing the finish line, and it's going to be very close. Oh, never mind. Oh, Jaden let off early. But Jack Cobb takes second, and Jaden Rios takes third after an issue on the start. Up next, race number 4, Junior Ski 10 to 12 lights on the line right now. Moto 2. And they're off. It's going to look like Cash McClure once again. And Peyton Benson in second, going to the green split a little bit. But Cash McClure will get the whole shot once again. 4 starts, 4 whole shots. Peyton Benson running in second. Mark Queen in third. and not go anywhere, because right after this we have the biggest race of the day, the Pro Ski Grand Prix and the Expert Ski Grand Prix. Right after this Junior Ski 12 race. And there's Cash Mickler coming out of the outside split, as Peyton Benson holding onto that second spot for now. Mark Queen is trying to make a pass. Mark Queen goes a little wide there. now for the Pro-Am Ski GP. Looks like there's still a ski on the track. It looks like it's being towed in. Just gonna take a few moments. Alright, looks like they're getting in the water. Christopher Land is skipping. Alright, we got Pro-Am Ski GP on the left side and Expert Ski GP on the right side. Getting ready to go. Oh, light malfunction. That's... All right, hopefully. There we go. Jake Pierce. A little bit of a odd start there. But it looks like Harley Ritchie once again. And I'd say Ryder Wildebar in that green. It's going to see who's got the quickest slalom here. It's going to look like Harley Ritchie from the outside split, followed by Ryder Wildebar and Chris Landis in third, Coy Curtis fourth, Tanner Wright fifth, Jake sixth, and Rivera seventh. Christopher Landis is an expert racer. Looks like they're all going to the blue. Coy Curtis, the odd one out, going to the green. Let's see if he can make something happen before the front field gets too far. Jake Pierce up in a fifth. We've got a few boats out on the lake right now making waves. We're going to see how this plays out for this field. Harley Ritchie was your first place finisher in Moto 1, and Ryder Wildebar was your first place finisher yesterday overall. Coy Curtis, though, a little bit farther behind than expected today. Curtis had some issues on his own ski yesterday, so he had to borrow a boat for today, but he's still in the same hull, just on a stock motor. Riding the F-16. Can Chris Landis hold him off any longer? Curtis opening the gap a little bit behind him. Curtis and Landis going at it in that front straight. Curtis was able to make the move, so he's up into third now. Gonna see if he can chase down Ryder Wildebar and Harley Ritchie, which are about a buoy ahead of him, so he's got a little bit of work to do. There's Harley Ritchie on your screen working that outside split on his Fast Power Sports GP1R. And Ryder Wildeboer on his Commander Industries GP1 on that green split, trying to pass. There's your first and second place on your screen right there, heading into the back straight, getting ready to go to the splits. And Coy Curtis has already caught up to this little group, leaving Landis and Pierce in the dust. Curtis gets a little nose deep in that turn, but makes it work. There's Coy Curtis working the green split, trying to pass into second place. He's gonna make it happen very soon, as he's already pressuring Ryder Wildeboer after opening a huge gap on the riders behind him. As trying to put Luke Severa one lap down and turn around. I'm assuming, unless they've both caught up to the pack, that'd be very impressive. Oh, and I see a ski flying down in the back straight. That might be Tanner Wright from what I see. Or no. Oh no, that's Coy Curtis. Saw some red and thought that would have been Tanner, but no, it's Coy. I don't see him though. Is he on the back of a Marshall ski yet? Yes, he is. That is a bummer. He was charging hard. Almost got Ryder Wildeboer for that second spot. Of course, Marshall's doing a good job out there. Yeah, there's no chance after that. It's unfortunate. If I were him, I'd wait for them to come by and start just right behind them since they've got a gap anyways. Oh, and looks like there's been a change for the lead. Harley Ritchie had to go to the makeup buoy and got passed by Wildeboer, but is he going to make a pass back using that green split? It's going to be very tight, but Ryder Wildeboer is going to have to drive from the outside. Is Ryder Wildeboer going to win the overall, or is Harley Ritchie? Landis going down the front straight, still being followed by Jake Pierce. remind you guys, we have expert and pro mixed together here. So Ryder Wildeboer, Harley Ritchie, Coy Curtis, and Jake Pierce are in the Pro-Am division. And our expert racer, Christopher Landis, is currently leading the expert field with Lucas Vera in second and Tanner Wright in third. Yeah, Christopher Landis is having a great ride right now. As Ryder Wildeboer is starting to open a little bit of a gap on Harley Ritchie, and Coy Curtis is just cruising back there a lap down. We got the white flag out. Landis still holding on to that third in this race. Still being pursued by the 116 of Jake Pierce. Ryder Wildeboer takes the win in the Pro-Am Ski GP on his new Commander GP1. Super stoked for him. Harley Ritchie, with an unfortunate mistake, costing him to go to the makeup buoy, wins the first moto, but doesn't quite seem to get it in the second moto. That was all for the Pro-Am Ski GP class. Now, we're on to race number 6, runabout 1100 stock. And the runabout 1100 stock is off. Let's see who's gonna grab the whole shot. He's that Grenwall on the inside. Finally a good start out of him. But Renee Hill actually comes out first. Taylor Grenwall in third. Renee Hill out front once again. Renee Hill still able to defend off second place. The number 8 of Carmen Rusma out of Estonia, trying to make a pass on Renee Hill on the number 22. Not quite gonna make it stick. Renee got more drive out of the outside. Taylor Grenwall still in third. Taylor Grenwall out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Sponsored by High Speed Industries, Pro Watercraft, Jet Pilot, and Red Lion Oil. Running in third. Meanwhile, we still got a battle out front for the lead. Renee Hill and Carmen Rusma. Carmen's trying to make it happen from the inside, but just doesn't have that drive out of the split. Carmen Rusma, sponsored by BRP Center Estonia. Trying to make a move for first. You can't forget about Taylor Grenwall following closely behind on the 404. Renee Hill still holding on to the lead. entering the left side of the track. This is going to be the split lane. We're going to see which ones they take. Renee Hill goes to blue, and Rusma goes to green, and Taylor Grenwall is going to go into blue. You have a three-way battle right now. Rusma is just not going to make it happen. Again, we have the white flag out. And Grenwall is getting closer to that second position. Will he be able to get it? Getting on that pump wash. Pushed him back just a little bit. Really close back there. Just not quite. It is the last lap, so if Grenwall wants to get in that second position, he's going to have to give it his all in this split. And is Rusma going to play it safe? He does, and he goes to the blue where he knows he'll have more drive. But Grenwall's determined. Knows he has a little bit of breathing room behind him. He's going to go into the green. And he's keeping it hooked up. And I don't think he's going to quite have it. That last turn was a little sloppy. And checkered flag, though, for Renee Hill, who gets the win. And Carmen Rusma ended up in second. Taylor Grenwall in third. Next up, we have race number 7, Ski Inter Stock 1500, Expert Vet Ski Stock 1500, and Women's Ski Stock 1500. So we've got a couple classes combined into one race here. Alan Wiss taking the win in the first moto. And they're off. Alan Wiss with another great start out front. And looks like David's appearing going into the green to try and get the whole shot. Alan Wiss, whole shots. And David's appearing following in second, Sadie Muir in third, Ricky Krieger in fourth, Taylor Smith in fifth. Ellis coming down the front straight. And he's got David Zapirian right behind him. And Sadie Muir trying to catch up to David Zapirian. There's David Zapirian working the outside split, trying to catch up to Alan Wiss. Alan West starting to check out just a little bit on David Zapirian, and Sadie Muir started following in that blue split as well. Next up, we have that Ski Yamaha 4-stroke lights class on the line right there. You can see them getting ready, waiting for this current moto to come to an end. There's the 335 of Sadie Muir on your screen, sponsored by Haritos, Fast Power Sports, Freestyle Factory, Ignite Racing Fuel, Liquid Moly, Pro Rider Magazine, Rebel Optics, Saints of Speed, Jet Pilot USA, Jet Trim, Bomber Eyewear, Works, Blosian, Lashes Del Sol, Ethica, Naughty Water, She Rips, and Bremier Poles. Lots of sponsors. White flag for race leader Alan Wiss. Taylor Smith on your screen right there. But Alan Wiss is going to take the checkered flag in first. Going to take that overall. David Zapirin coming down the start straight in second. A little frustrated, a little happy, cannot tell, honestly. Sadie Muir winning the women's class, getting third in this race. Here they go. It's the Yamaha 4-stroke lights. There's Ty Smith with the whole shot so far. Sophie Benson right next to him. Bryce Chambers is going to go all the way to that green split, so we're going to see who comes out first. Bryce Chambers did go in a little late, so he might not come out first. Ty Smith might have the drive, and he does, and Ty Smith gets the whole shot. Bryce Chambers in second, Sophie Benson in third. Deegan Krieger in fourth. Let's see if Ty Smith can hold on to this. Chambers is not letting Smith get out of his sight. Let's see what he's going to do here, if he's going to follow. He does follow. As Sophie Benson is going to come through the inside. Doesn't quite get it, but was very close. Ty Smith coming out of the blue. Bryce Chambers coming out the green, trying to make something happen because he needs to win this overall. Bryce Chambers in the green and Ty Smith in the blue. Let's see how this is gonna come out. Very close again. Sophie Benson falling back just a little bit. Bryce Chambers sub right there in the corner. Trying to get around this lap traffic. Sophie Benson caught up as she's gonna go. Or no, that's, I can't see, man, the glare. No, that is Sophie Benson going into the green split. Bryce did lose a lot of ground on Ty Smith. Top three is pretty close together. White flag out as there's a drag race down the front stretch. Man, Bryce Chambers' ski is hooked. He's gonna sweep the outside of Ty Smith. Is Ty Smith gonna guard the inside? He does. Is Chambers gonna make something happen on this inside right here? No, he's not. No. Great defense there by Ty Smith. But let's see if Chambers can make something happen last minute. He's got one last shot at this. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Smith goes to blue, Chambers goes to green. Let's see if Chambers can get a perfect run through this green. And here we go, nothing. Chambers gonna sweep, not quite. Smith gets to win in this moto, but Chambers, I believe, I think Smith got the overall because I believe he finished second in that first moto.
Good job,
Nice shot. We got race number 9 on the line. Vintage 650, 750, Vintage 550 Open, Vintage X2 650 Limited, and Vintage X2 Open. And there. Green flag is out, and that is the 2-3 Vendito, followed by Goop. In the first moto, Vendito did a shot, but had a crash in the first straight, then had another crash later on in the split, costed him to win that moto. But since there's only 2 in this class, it's going to be winner takes all in the second moto. Louis Vendito starting to open a gap a little bit here on Goose. Goose is just not quite close enough to where he can make an attempt to pass or block Vendito, so he's just gonna have to stay there and either catch up or wait for Vendito to make a mistake. He's gonna follow him through the blue split. Josh Simon's already on the starting line for his next race, which is going to be Pro-Am Ski Stock 1500, race 10. Goose in that inside split. Is that going to be enough to pass Vendito? Not quite, no. Maybe starting to put a little bit of pressure on Vendito, which will force him to make a mistake. Looks like they're battling the back straight right now. And it looks like Goose might have gotten him. But race isn't over yet. Anything can happen still. Final lap here for Goose. Luke Blanton of Havasu, sponsored by Mojave Coating, Retro Racing, nicknamed Goose. And Louis Vendito, also out of Havasu, sponsored by Fly Racing, Blosian Jet Pilot, Optima Batteries, Maxima Racing Oils, M Pros, Jet Trim, Pro Watercraft, OGO, Scott, ODI, Moto Option, WPS, Ski Parts Unlimited, Pro Filter, Team Pass Control, and Stucco Tech. Lots of sponsors for Racing NX too. He's got it in the bag right now. Check the flags out. Next race is going to be Pro-Am Ski Stock and Masters Ski Stock 1500. looks like the
Where's the red flag?
all right, looks like we're ready to go. Alan Wiss. Don't know what kind of start that was, but looks like Mike Klippenstein getting to that turn first into the blue split. Josh Simon really close behind, hopping into that green split, seeing if he can get out front early. It's going to be very close. That 1.25 is getting up to speed quick. In gets him. Mike Klippenstein going to go around the outside, not quite able to get it. Chris Simon is super stoked right now. Gonna have to start checking out now if he wants to salvage something in the overall. That front straightaway is very choppy from all those novice lights riders getting ready for their moto. But the 1.25 continues to lead. Starting to open a slight gap on Mike Klippenstein. Looks like Alan Wiss into that green split. Trying to work on second right now. Getting closer and closer. Josh Simon opened up that gap by quite a lot. But will Alan Wiss get close enough to pass Mike Klivenstein, or will he stay in that third position? Top three has not changed. Josh Simon leading with Mike Klivenstein just a little behind him, and Alan Wiss in third for your Pro-Am Ski Stock 1500 class. Looks like we're getting the white flag. Josh Simon, Mike Klivenstein, and Alan Wiss, and your top three. Colin Kaplan ways behind. That's your novice lights line right there. Be race 11. But right now, our main focus is Josh Simon in his last few turns before he wins this moto, as he fell over right there. But he's got enough breathing room. And there he is, Josh Simon getting the win. Congratulations to him. And Mike Klivenstein getting second place, and Helen Wiss not able to get to second. He'll take third. Naviski lights is off. Looks like Jack got a bunch of these superjet fumes up in the tent right now. Smells good. But Jack Cobb will get the whole shot with Mikey Ash in second. And looks like we got Devin Matias up in third. I'm starting to think Moto 2s are more of his thing. Already has a pretty solid gap this early on. This is exactly what Cobb needed this moto. There's Devin Matias on your screen right there. Little mistake right there from Colin Kaplan. We saw that in the corner. We got our women's ski mod and vet ski GP getting ready here on the line. See the lineup. Back to the racing. Jack Cobb still leading with Mikey Madness Ash in second. And Devin Matias far back in third. We had a rider down on the split there. I believe that was Canyon Smith. And there's Jack Cobb getting through some lap traffic. And Mikey still in second. First and second are still decently close together. Well, third place is just on the other side of the track. I think it's time for these two to move up. White flag out for Jack Cobb, followed by Mikey Ash. And there's Jack Cobb hitting his final turn. And he's gonna go and take first overall. And close behind him was Mikey Madness Ash on the number 8. Again, second overall. And not sure where third is. Urban Ski Mod and Vet Ski GP are about to go. Not too sure what happened with the 335. And it looks like River Varner in the blue split got out front. And that looks like the 335 of Sadie Meir in the green. But it looks like it's going to be River Varner, Emmy Garcia, and Britton Reinhardt in for the top three. Sadie Meir following closely in fourth. Now, this is the first time I've seen the 851 not be out front on a start, so we'll have to see if she's capable of working her way up. Britton Reinhardt getting really close to Emmy Garcia on this front straight. She's going to be able to cut in and make a move. There's River Varner on your screen going down the back straight. Garcia still in second, and Britton Reinhardt in third. Britton is in the blue and Emmy's in the green. Let's see if Britton's going to be able to make a pass on Emmy. Going to have more drive from the outside, but these skis do get up to speed really quick.
We are live again, same link.
Alright, we're back. We had some technical difficulties, but we're chilling now. In case you missed it, the Britain Reinhardt won that women ski mod, and now we're on to Pro-Am Ski Lights, my favorite race of the day. And that is looking like the 177 of River Crawford for the whole shot. And I cannot tell who that was in second. It's going to be Lucas Severa in that second spot. Let's see who comes out first. Is it going to be Crawford or Severa? Crawford getting off the back of the ski. Getting all that drive, looking back at Luke. So River Crawford pole shotting, I believe, all 4 motos this weekend. And that's Chambers in 3rd, and I believe Benson in 4th.
Where's Phil?
There's Brent in the back straight. Now let's see this. Crawford went to the green and he's leading, and Severa went to the blue. Usually it's the opposite. The leader goes to the blue and the passer does go to the green, but Crawford's been favoriting this green split all weekend. And it seems to be working as he's holding off Severa. There's Severa. Trying to get around Crawford, and Crawford almost lost the rear right there. You can tell he's got a little bit of pressure. Chambers is in 3rd, not too far back. So if these two end up making mistakes, Chambers could find himself in 1st. As Crawford goes into the blue this time, Severa messes up that first turn of the green. Will that allow Chambers to get closer? Chambers is all the way off the back of the ski from the start to the end of that straightaway. This track is super rough, I can tell you that. These skis are hopping and subbing and almost anything you could think of. But now as Crawford opens up that lead gap just a little bit, Chambers is closing on Severa. And we saw the opposite of this in the first moto. We saw Severa closing in on Chambers. So we're going to see how this plays out as they all go in the blue. Chambers almost subbing right there. little bit. Sophie Benson is falling back out of this top three. There goes to the green. Let's see if it'll be enough to pass the 177 of River Crawford as he swings out wide to carry momentum out of the turn. Doesn't quite get it yet. And Chambers is still close to Severa. Tanner Wright had to whenever he was in this. Kind of far back now. He was fighting for that top three these last three motos, and he's far back on this one. That's Brody King on your screen right there. Subbing, almost going off. The top three has opened up just a tad. Severa might be catching Crawford just a little bit as he's going to dive into the green and try to make a pass on the 177. Chambers and Crawford both take the blue. Crawford taking the white flag as he comes out of that blue split. His top three has not changed, but it could on this last lap, as these three are pushing each other to their limits. Crawford almost stabbing the nose right there. It's those last lap mistakes we've been seeing almost literally every moto. Let's just hope he doesn't do it again. Severa almost sliding out right there in the back. You saw that. And last turn for Crawford. Oh my God, I thought he was going over for a second, but he gets the win in the Pro-Am Speed Lights class. And Luke Severa in second, Bryce Chambers third. Pretty impressed by Bryce Chambers because I know him very well, and I can tell you he barely touches that two-stroke. So for him to come out last minute and race it and be in that top three with the guys who literally ride on every time they go out, it's pretty impressive. Race number 14 on the line, novice V-Stock 1500. Looks like Chris Lenahan with another hole shot, going straight to the green. I believe that's Preston Lewis going into that blue split. Let's see how they come out, as they're dead even right now. Chris Lenahan does hold shot. Preston Lewis following him. Chris Lenahan coming down the front straight, looking behind, so he's up in the gap on Preston Lewis. Lewis keeping Chris Lenahan honest. As Preston's been chasing him around home weekend. Lewis does get by Chris Lenahan for that first spot. This track is really rough right now. I can see a lot of these guys dropping down in the turns because of how choppy it is. Right there on your screen, you can see the last race of the day. Race number 15, modified 1100, on the line. Just waiting to go.
Lewis qui gagne. Donc, je peux le dire. And last race of the day. Oh, good boy. Don't forget the rated barrier for user.
Race number 15, ski modified 1100.
On fera à la fin. Okay, let's go. Last one. veux pas commenter un peu là?
In the back straight. About a whole light year ahead. checkered flag. Just another day. All right, and that's going to live stream today. You just watched the Naughty Water Racing Jet Tribe Series of Champions, sponsored by Jet Tribe, Lukamali, Jet Trim, Fast Power Sports, Works Racing, Command Industries, and Goalie Havasu. This live stream was directed by FL Visual. Check them out on Instagram, FL Visual. Pleasure being in the booth.